Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at Harrenhal, which is the latest in our long-ish now series on the mysteries of Westeros and Essos. And Harrenhal is definitely mysterious. So, as always, I will start with a bit of an introduction about the history of the place, and then I've got a whole load of questions from my patrons and also from the chat. Uh, I am very aware that if you're watching this live or a day or so later, the final A Night of the Seven Kingdoms trailer came out today. So I'll just say a couple of very brief words first about that. Firstly, yeah, great. I loved it. I think it's really captured the spirit of it. I'm loving the characters. I'm loving the music that I've heard so far. This time, they've not just captured, in terms of the music, not just captured the slightly whimsical sound of the previous trailer, but they've also kind of merged that with the classic Game of Thrones um, music, which works really well for me. I liked it a lot. We still haven't seen Diran the Dreamer, or Diran the Drunken, as you might want to call him, which suggests to me that they're kind of holding him back now. I overall, though, it looks like it's quite a faithful adaptation, and I'm very pleased. We are getting episode one mid-January. I think it's January 17th, 18th, depending on where you are in the world. And then it's half-hour episodes, six of them, and they're just doing one a week. And that's pretty much it, which I like. Again, it's just exactly the kind of not pushing it, not trying to do lots of episodes all pushed at one time. They're starting to film season two already in about a week's time, which tells me that that's going to be ready in about a year, which means we're not going to have the huge gap between seasons that we've had on many of our favorite shows. So I like it. All in all, it's good. It's exactly what I wanted from this show. The main two actors look perfect from what I've seen so far. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But today, and I'm very happy to take questions on that. If you want to drop some questions in the chat, I will pick up on them. But today we're looking at Harrenhal. And Harrenhal is not an old castle when it comes to the life of A Song of Ice and Fire. In fact, you could trace the start of it back to less than half a century before Aegon's conquest. Harren the Black was, at the time, he was the king of the kingdom of the Isles and the Rivers, which was one of, talk about the Seven Kingdoms, it was slightly more than seven kingdoms. It was one of the kingdoms of Westeros. And House Hoare, he was a part of House Hoare, Hoare. They were the rulers of the Iron Islands, and they invaded the Riverlands. They didn't go to the Westerlands. That was a bit too hard. So they came in and took over the Riverlands. And under Harren, he was the third generation of them who had taken over parts of the Riverlands. They extended their kingdom all the way through the Riverlands, all the way across pretty much to the west coast, all the way down as far as the Crown Lands. And Harren the Black at this time was probably thinking, yeah, I've got one of the most important kingdoms in the Seven Kingdoms. But the castle that he inherited from his father was basically just a tower. It wasn't that impressive. And he thought to himself, I need to build not just a castle, but something that everyone will look at and will just quake. And he started building Harrenhal. And Harrenhal took him 40 years. Now, the reason why it took him 40 years was because this is a huge castle, the biggest castle in the land by quite a long way. Now, This was, we're told, basically a monument to himself. It's an ego trip. He wanted this to be the thing that he was remembered by. Thousands died. Basically, if you remember the Iron Islands, they've sort of got slavery. Most of Westeros doesn't, but they pushed people into work and made them build this huge castle. And he wanted this castle to be impregnable. At which point, let's talk a little bit about the scale, because that's one of the most significant things about them, probably the most significant thing about the entire castle. This is big, and not just slightly bigger than the competition. This is massive. It's, in terms of its footprint, it's 3 times the size of Winterfell. Now, that means you've got a Winterfell and another Winterfell and another Winterfell. And Winterfell is one of the biggest castles in all of Westeros. The gatehouse, and a lot of these examples are comparisons to Winterfell because we see a lot of this through Arya's eyes. And she's going around and go, wow, this is huge. And don't forget, Arya has seen not just Winterfell, but also King's Landing and the Red Keep. So it's 3 times the size surface area of Winterfell. If you go to the gatehouse, so just like the main gate inn, that is as big as the Great Hall of Winterfell, which is like the biggest room in all of Winterfell. The rooms were, I think it's Jamie who says the rooms were so big it feels like they were scaled for giants. The ceilings are really, really high on all of them. It has these 5 huge towers, not just one big tower, 5 huge towers, and even the shortest of them is 50% higher. That's a half again higher than the tallest tower in Winterfell. The Great Hall is known as the Hall of 100 Hearths. A massive a fireplace, and it probably doesn't actually technically have 100 hearths, but it still has maybe 35 or so, and it's huge. Apparently, you could fit an entire army in there. The smithy has 20 forges. The stables could house 1,000 horses. The Godswood is 20 acres. Now, uh, an acre, I have to say that in the modern, so it's depending on which type of football you're playing, that's like 10 to 15 football pitches. This is huge, just like a wood in the middle of the castle. That's what we're talking about here. And the walls, the outer wall, the curtain wall is so high that from the outside, even though these towers are massively high, you can't really see them from outside because the wall is so tall. This is a massive castle. And it's not just massive compared to something else. This is by several degrees the largest castle ever conceived in Westeros. And Harren the Black took 40 years building this thing. So at the end of this, he moved in and he declared it impregnable. And it was at the center of Westeros, just north of the God's Eye Lake. As it happened, though, the very same day, we're told, this is what legends are forged of, and maybe it was a few days either way, but the very same day that he moved in and he declared the castle finished, that day was when Aegon the Conqueror invaded and he landed in Westeros. So all of this work suddenly was faced with a challenge it wasn't built for: dragons. And if dragons hadn't existed, it probably would be impregnable. But as we know, dragons kind of change the calculus on all of this. Harren doesn't seem to have figured that out, though. So Aegon comes with his sister wives, and Harren just decides, you know what? I'll sit here inside my castle walls. They can't get me here. It's okay. He went up to the top of his highest tower. You can't get me. Aegon rode Balerion the Black Dread right up into the sky, shot down, and burned the castle. Now, Balerion was a massive dragon, and by this point in Balerion's life, his flames were so strong they could melt stone. And so all of the towers, if you look at it now, the tops of those towers have been melted. We get this wonderful bit of imagery from Arya. She walks up one of the towers and then she suddenly reaches this point where she goes, that stone is dripping down the, I mean, it's frozen in place now, but it's dripping down the wall because Balerion the Black Dread melted that stone and he destroyed House Hall. So the builders of this castle had a matter of days in it before it was gone. And from that moment on, we don't know quite how much of the castle Balerion just firebombed, but it was just covered in this kind of black, sooty feel. It was blackened, blasted, and would never feel the same. It felt spooky. So the question was, once Aegon had conquered the Seven Kingdoms, who gets this castle? Because this castle was massive. You couldn't just ignore it. It was there. It was right in the center of the Seven Kingdoms. Aegon has decided not to build his castle there. He's going to build his castle at King's Landing. But what do you do with that one? And here we get, and I'm going to run down this, here we get this handing over of the castle from noble house to noble house. And as we go through this, you'll start to notice it's pretty inevitable. You get places like Winterfell has had one owner before A Song of Ice and Fire. Casterly Rock, two owners before A Song of Ice and Fire. You get Storm's End, two owners. This is the way of castles in Westeros, is that if they're well built, then the house that owns it does not get overthrown. Maybe once, possibly twice. But Harrenhal, I've not counted them up. Feel free to count them up as I'm going through. Harrenhal gets overthrown or passed from one house to another so many times in a really short space of time. So we're now talking 300 years. So now this is quite a compressed timeline. And it's not like, I promise I will get into the timeline in a moment, but it's not like any of these houses are, Harrenhal gets invaded and the victors take control. That's not what happens here. It's just that they die out for various reasons. Sometimes the king decides no. Sometimes the line just goes. So we start with it after House Hall. It goes to House Carharis. Now we don't know huge amounts about House Carharis. It's possible, incidentally, George R. R. Martin doesn't give us any details on this. It's possible that they were another one of these houses with Valyrian heritage in some way. But their name does not feel particularly Westerosi. And it does kind of fit that maybe Aegon would want to give this biggest castle in the land to a very loyal house. So House Carharis are there, but then within literally 2 generations, the entire house dies out. Fine. It gets passed to House Hathaway. Now, House Hathaway, if you've heard of them, it's because there's a town which is named after House Hathaway, not too far away. They were local lords, and they just got promoted. So House Harroway, however, their lord seems to have been quite the social climber, and his daughter, Alice Harroway, becomes the second wife of Maegor the Cruel, Maegor Targaryen. He becomes Hand of the King. The Harroways are incredibly powerful. However, Maegor decides when um, he can't seemingly he can't have children, but when Alice Hathaway has a child that we're told is an abomination, then he decides she must have cheated on him, and he decides I'm wiping out the entire house. So House Harroway are gone. He just got rid of them all. After that, it gets passed to House Towers. Now, House Towers, they got it from a melee. This was Maegor the Cruel's idea. Who do I give this massive castle to? Let's have a big fight. And so he has a melee, and the we get House Towers winning it. But the guy who actually won it, he was badly injured and dies very soon afterwards. And then there's not many of them left, and they also die out. So that's a third house, fourth house now. House Hor, House Carheris, House Harroway, House Towers. The next owner is Rhaena Targaryen. Now, Rhaena Targaryen, I'm not going to go into all the detail. She's quite a cool character. She was the Queen of the West, Queen of the East. She eventually kind of settles in Harrenhal, in the middle of Westeros. And she stays there for about 10 years. She has her dragon there. Nobody really disturbs her. That's where she wants to be. Jaehaerys is like, okay, I mean, you could be a problem, but if you just want to stay there, fine. So she stays there for a while, but then obviously she dies. She doesn't have an obvious heir. And it gets passed to House Strong. I hope you're keeping up. This is now 6. And 6 in less than a century. It's probably always worth just like keeping a track on how quickly this churn is. 6 noble houses. How strong get this? And they keep this for probably 30 years or so. And the Great Council of 101 is held there. Now, that's because Jaehaerys is king at the time, and he's nearing the end of his reign, and the obvious heirs have died, and there's a few possible competing heirs, and he thinks actually the wise thing here is to get everyone to decide who my heir is. So he calls everyone together, and he thinks, well, where can everyone go? Where can all the lords of the realm go to? The biggest castle in the center of Westeros, and so he holds it at Harrenhal. And there's, I mean, lots of things happen there, but this is the opening scene of House of the Dragon season 1, where the decision is made that Viserys the First should inherit the throne, rather than Rhaenys, the queen who never was, or her son. It should go to Viserys. So that's what happens there. And Viserys rules for a while, and the Strongs, as you will know, play a hugely important role in the build-up to what follows, the Dance of the Dragons. When we get to the Dance of the Dragons, then Simon Strong, who is the Lord at that moment in time of Harrenhal, he basically has to accept he's not got huge amounts of personal power. And then Daemon arrives, riding on Caraxes, and he has to accept, okay, you take control for a while. So he allows Daemon to take control for a while. And then Daemon flies off. Daemon uses it as the basis for his planning in the Riverlands. He flies off when Aemond and Kristen Cole arrive to take him out. They're kind of blindsided by all of this. And they arrive, and long story short, that is also the site. So Simon Strong is killed, along with the rest of House Strong, because they gave the castle over to Daemon. But it's the site of this climactic battle between Daemon and Aemond, and they all die. They all plunge. They have this big dragon battle in the sky. Aemond, Daemon, Caraxes, Vagar, they all die in the God's Eye Lake. And the Dance of the Dragons, the focus of the Dance of the Dragons moves on. But after this, we get at Harrenhal, we get emerging this figure called Alice Rivers. Now, Alice Rivers, we don't know huge amounts about. We only read about through the eyes of the maesters in Fire and Blood, and they are their usual, let's say, skeptical selves about magic user women. And although she seems to have had, if you forget House of the Dragon for one moment, almost no impact on Daemon Targaryen. When Aemond arrives there, then she seems to manage to become his lover, allegedly even marry him. But after all of this, she emerges as the ruler of Harrenhal, because the House Strong have been destroyed. The last remaining member of House Strong was Larys Strong, Larys the Clubfoot, in King's Landing, and he is beheaded at the end of the Dance of the Dragons. Alice Rivers appears and says, "Hey, I've got a baby." And this baby is Aemond Targaryen's baby, and we were married, so this is the heir. This is the rightful. Forget all your Aegon the Third and things like that. This is the rightful heir. And there's a few intriguing encounters where people come up and kind of challenge her on this, and seemingly there's some magic involved, that they laugh at her, their head explodes, that kind of stuff. And Unwin Peake, who was at the time the Hand of the King, decides we should probably send some people out there, a small army out there, to recapture Harrenhal. But then the winter fever intervenes, and they can't really do anything. This is one of the open threads at the end of Fire and Blood Part 1. It's one of the things that is never really discussed. It's not discussed. It never really resolved. Let's put it that way. We're told this is the situation, and then the next we hear, in the year 151, I think it is, House Lothston are given Harrenhal. So, what happens in that roughly 20-year period with Alice Rivers? Presumably, she gets deposed in some way. How does that happen? We don't know. We have to wait for Fire and Blood Part 2, or Blood and Fire, as George Martin apparently seems to want to call it. So we don't know. And that's a thing we just have to park there in the not yet clear about column. So House Lothston have it for a little while. They fight on alternate sides when it comes to the Blackfire Rebellion, but they do get a little name check in The Mystery Knight, the third Duncan Egg short story. In particular, Danelle Lothston, who is known as Mad Danelle Lothston. She seems to be allied with Bloodraven, and she seems to be, again, another one of these magic users, female magic users, that the maesters kind of look down on. All we know is that they get overthrown by the crown at some point, and Harrenhal is given to House Went. Now, let's quickly count these up. So we have House Hoare, House Coheris, House Hathaway, House Towers, Rhaena Targaryen, House Strong, Alice Rivers, House Lothston, and now House Wentz. That's 9 we've got going on now. Um, so House Went then actually keep it for a little while. And we next hear about Harrenhal in the build up to Robert's Rebellion. And we get the tourney at Harrenhal. There's a lot to be said about the tourney at Harrenhal. I'm not going to go into all of it here, but in terms of sort of the bigger picture, this does appear to be where Rhaegar Targaryen wanted to host a sort of great council. He summoned all of the lords of the land there by proxy so that he could prove his worth, win the tourney, and start talking to them about the succession. It was a soft coup, in other words. It was disrupted by the fact that Aerys, his father, Mad King, made an appearance. Nobody expected him to. He had been locked into King's Landing for a long time, but he turned up. Prompted, it would appear, by Varys. So, whatever the plan was there, that didn't quite work. However, we charged straight into Robert's Rebellion, and it kind of gets, made less important by time and events. For the next while, it stays with House Went actually during Robert's reign, and it's the House Went aren't that important. It has to be said, but Harrenhal itself stays at the center of the map, and it stays at the center of the political life of the Seven Kingdoms. So when we get another war, the War of the Five Kings, suddenly it gains this extra importance again. And at this point, we get even more rulers rattling through quicker and quicker and quicker. It gets awarded to Janos Slynt. Then Tywin Lannister takes over, Amory Lorch takes over after him, then Roose Bolton, then Peter Baelish, although he technically never even goes there. Vargo Hoat has control of it. Gregor Clegane does for a little while. Then we get I've forgotten his name. One other person, and then Sir Boniface Hasty. Now, that, if you then start adding these up, we're at the best part of our way to 20 different people. In 300 years, 20 different owners of Harrenhal, which has led to this idea that Harrenhal is cursed. And many people have got different thoughts about why it looks cursed to start with, because it's this kind of blackened, blasted place. It's dark. Lots of it, even the people who hold it and control it for a long time, they don't actually hold and control most of it. They only take some parts of it. The lower part, the House Went, for example, this latter part of them holding it they only occupied the bottom parts of 2 of the 5 towers. It's a massive castle, and people die. Houses die there at a rate that seems pretty much unreal. So we get a lot of turnover here of different houses, and some people, those who follow the old gods perhaps, point to the fact that a lot of the weirwood trees were chopped down to make this. This was to them perhaps an abomination. Those who don't believe in the curse still recognize that people do. And so you get someone like um, Littlefinger, who's very clear. I mean, Littlefinger is probably one of the most down to earth in, well, not necessarily a good way, but down to earth characters. He doesn't seem to believe in gods or anything like that, but he still says, I'm not going there. Why? Because people believe in the curse, and the belief in the curse is as important as the actual curse itself. The other kind of element to this is that this is a huge castle, as we've said, and it requires huge upkeep. Now, if you're a small house, and all of the houses we've talked about here, let's be honest, none of them are the massive, hugely rich houses. None of the houses who owned this really had the resources to keep it going. They just think about that Great Hall for one moment. That's the ceilings were so high, 35 hearths just to keep the place warm. The stables could have 1,000 horses in there. Just think of the gardeners keeping that 20-acre godswood just okay. The walls that are so massive you could fit 3 Winterfells in there. The amount of masons and carpenters that would just be needed to just keep this place going. All of that required a lot of money, and none of the houses who were looking after this place had that kind of money. Added to which, after, I mean, it was quite early. I think it was, I think it was after House Harroway. Then the crown took a huge amount of the lands that went with it away from Harrenhal. So, whereas previously you could have kept it up, afterwards, no, you couldn't really. It does have large lands attached to it. It does therefore have potentially big incomes, but firstly, it's not enough. And secondly, if you think about any war that happens in the Seven Kingdoms, who comes off worst? It's the Riverlands. And what is in the middle of the Riverlands? It's Harrenhal. So the lands get burned, the crops go, the farms go. This is not a good place to be building a castle. So that kind of brings us up to where we're at in the story. Harrenhal is this massive castle, and we're entitled to or invited to consider the hubris attached to it. This is not just one man saying, look at me, how amazing is this castle? This is humanity itself saying, we are impregnable. And the proof is that humanity is not impregnable. Dragons can destroy this place. And then, even without dragons, it's impossible to keep it up to the standard that it should be kept to. So, that is the history at a very high level of not House Harrenhal, of Castle Harrenhal, and the nearly 20 different houses and individuals in just 300 years who led it and owned it. So, let's have a quick flick through the chat. Mark Shear saying, isn't Littlefinger in the books right now the Lord? Wouldn't that be foreshadowing his downfall? Yes. So he was given this by the Lannisters, as is the way of these things. Who recognizes that? The Lannisters do, House Frey do, but I guess House Bolton now do. Will House Bolton be in a position of power soon? Will House Frey be in a position of power soon? Will House Lannister be in a position of power soon? Probably not. Littlefinger recognizes that. He does have his claim to Harrenhal, but yeah, him being the technical owner doesn't really mean huge amounts. Commander Ray, a member for 24 months, 2 years getting lost in these worlds and discussions on these great streams. Well, thank you so much. That's, yeah, if you wish to support this channel, thank you, first of all. The best way to do that remains with Patreon. There's a link down there somewhere. If you don't want to do Patreon for whatever reason, then the next best way is probably being a channel member. And there is, I don't know, a link somewhere here. What that means is on these live streams, then you get highlighted a little bit in the chat. So I'm more likely to spot you. And that's just when I'm talking, I find it hard to read everything. So I will spot the things which get highlighted. SGH saying, you have mentioned that the shade of the evening trees are disconnected weirwoods. Does this make the Isle of Faces the heart of Old God's magic? Yeah, I mean, that's the working theory we've got. It's never actively said that the Isle of Faces is the sort of the heart of the Weirwood network, but we're told a lot of times this is the center of Westeros. The God's Eye Lake is, and the middle of the God's Eye Lake is the Isle of Faces, and the Isle of Faces is where the pact between humans and the Children of the Forest was signed. And this is the one area where the weirwoods in the south, where the weirwoods still are. So, yes, that's our working assumption, that the Weirwood network base is at the Isle of Faces. Okay, so quick flick through. Ygritte Weirwood saying castles come with lands, with tenants and mines and towns, etc. Yeah, absolutely, they do, and that provides an income to Harrenhal. The issue is that Harrenhal is massive and needs a huge amount of income, and the lands which were attached to it were big and then were much smaller. Secret Agent saying, hi Robert, is there any evidence that the God's Eye Lake was there before the Andal invasion, or did it get created with the breaking of the arm? The God's Eye Lake and the Isle of Faces within it certainly seems to have been there before the Andal invasion, because that seems to have been where the pact was signed at the First Men and the Children of the Forest were fighting, and the peace between them was signed at the on the Isle of Faces. So yes, it does seem to have been there before. Some people call me Morris, saying I do want a castle economy video. Yeah, I do like the economy videos. Maybe I shall do one. Quick flick through. Andrew K saying I need to give the full trailer a proper look. Seems like it's released right around the time I got home from work. Yeah, it was released at an awkward time for people doing live streams as well. James Connor asks about the new trailer. I did mention the new trailer at the beginning of this. I mean, what I'll say is I like the new trailer. I liked the first trailer. I don't think this, and I don't mean this in a bad way at all, I don't think this adds to my excitement. I don't think we see anything new. And I don't mean any of that in a bad way. I was already really excited for Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I was really excited for Dunk and Egg. I thought the two main actors for Dunk and Egg seemed perfect. I've seen nothing which disabuses me of that notion. We've seen a few extra characters appear, like Baelor Breakspear. Yeah, seems good to me. We've had at least a screenshot of Maekar. Again, looks really good to me. So, I mean, all in all, I'm happy. I don't think there's much I can add to it. It's looking good. Joe Shaw saying, hi Robert, big fan of your work and happy to finally be catching you live. Well, welcome. Great to see you. Could you see Harrenhal being the site of a third Westerosi Great Council, perhaps to elect King Bran at the end of the books? Yeah, I definitely could. If you had to pick somewhere to have a Great Council, then it still seems like the best place to do it. A Broken Production saying, glad I could make a live stream. Well, welcome to you as well. You're helping me get through work this busy holiday season, thanks to you and the mods. Yeah, well, let's do a quick thank you to the mods, moderators. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I hugely appreciate what you do. So if you are here watching live, if you're in the chat, could you just say a little thank you to the mods? They're the people who keep the chat a safe and happy and uplifting place to be. I had one more question, I think, in the chat from Roman Lakovets. Hi there. Saying, according to the official A Song of Ice and Fire app and George R. Martin himself, Doran was actually, so Doran Martell was actually furious about Rhaegar and Lyanna's relationship. Was he afraid that Elia's children would be disinherited? I think yes. So, I mean, this is. I've done many videos about this in the past in the Robert's Rebellion playlist, which, to answer any questions coming, yes, I will be redoing. So, how do we answer this? The Martells were more relaxed about lovers and paramours than any other of the houses paramount in Westeros. Oberyn Martell himself had many lovers. So the idea that somebody could be married to one person and have a lover over there, that wasn't the issue for him. That they didn't. There was no moral quandary going on here. So whatever you might think about that, that was the state of things. Which means that there must have been, if he was angry, and I don't know the exact quotes you're talking about here, but there has to be a reason. Now, what is the reason? The reason has to be inheritance. So Elia Martell marrying Rhaegar Targaryen was a massive coup for the Martells. It tied the Martells into the Iron Throne. It meant that the Martell children would be ruling in future generations. That was what was going on. If Rhaegar eloped, ran off with, had or wanted to marry another person, that created an inheritance crisis for the Iron Throne. Because the moment you have a second wife, suddenly if they have a son, they are a potential threat to the inheritance of the earlier children. So that seems to be the issue that's going on there. Now, we have to balance all of this against the fact this is going slightly away from Harrenhal, so apologies, but we have to balance all of this against the fact that where did Rhaegar decide to go with Lyanna? Dawn. Now, if he thought that Dawn were up in arms and hated him and did not want him there with his new lover / potential wife, then he would never have gone to Dawn. He went there because he thought he'd be safe there. They went to, and forget any idea you may have that this was a secret place. Nobody would know where they were. The Dornish knew where they were. This was a watchtower. The Tower of Joy was a watchtower on the Prince's Pass. The Prince's Pass is this thoroughfare going through the mountain range that separates Dawn from the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. It is the main thoroughfare. This is the main road. And on that main road, they had a number of watchtowers. There was even a family, House Fowler, whose job it was to keep an eye on all of these watchtowers, just to make sure that that Dawn was safe from enemies coming in. The Dornish knew. The Dornish knew that Rhaegar was there. The heir to the realm, plus a couple of Kingsguard, plus the only daughter of the Starks, coming down into Dawn and setting up shop in one of their own watchtowers was the kind of thing they were looking for, particularly at a time of war. This was not a thing that they would just have allowed to happen. So the Dornish were okay as a whole, and the idea that Oberyn and Doran may have had slightly different positions on these things is not a huge surprise. But the idea that the fact is the Dornish were at least okay or willing to enter negotiations. So the negotiations that probably were going to happen was a legal clarification that any children that happened from Rhaegar and Lyanna were not a threat to the children that happened between Rhaegar and Elia. So that's the best understanding we've got of this. It's not about a moral thing. It's not about any of that. The Martells, the Dornish, were cool about that. This was just about an inheritance issue. Okay, so let's go to some questions from my patrons. Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi, Robert. Hello. We talk and speculate a lot about Harrenhal being built, its past and present. But what do we know about the area where the castle stands from before it was built? Who owned the land? What was it used for? Were there villages? What about the weirwoods? It said a lot of them were chopped down in the building of the castle. What does that mean? There was a forest, or at least an unusual concentration of them there? If so, might this specific land side of the God's Eye also have held some specific meaning for the children of the forest, etc.? So, what's going on? Well, these are really good questions to start with. And annoyingly, the answer is we don't know. We can kind of read from the silences, which is that there were no massive towns. We're not told of a huge town that was destroyed, people being pushed out. That doesn't seem to be the case. We are told that huge amounts of trees were chopped down, including weirwoods. I think the implication here is that this was woodland, a forest, something along those lines, on the north coast of the God's Eye Lake. It will have been owned by someone, a noble house in the Riverlands. Exactly which one we don't know, but I think the key point is that this wasn't taking land from humanity. This was taking land from the old gods in some kind of way. If lots of weirwood trees were chopped down, that implies that there were lots of trees there. For me, if I had to speculate, this isn't based on anything huge, but if I had to speculate, we get, and I think I've got a question on this at some point later on, in the Riverlands, we think of there not being many weirwood trees, which is right. The old gods' worship has gone, except for a handful of houses, like House Blackwood. And the Andals chopped down most of the weirwood trees. But we are told of a few places where the weirwoods remained. The Isle of Faces is clearly one, and then there's this kind of like weird arc going on that definitely included House Blackwood, Raventree Hall, and a few other kind of old gods type places. We're told going way back in time that in the the fact that the deep forests remained belonging to the children of the forest. So I do wonder whether that area was one of those deep forests. There are still a few dotted around in Westeros. If you look, so the rainforest certainly has a few weirwood trees, the wolf's word. So there are some forests that do still have these weirwoods in them. I think that's probably what it was. I think that basically Harren the Black decided there's no one here. This seems like a good spot. Let's just clear the land of the trees, which kind of makes him sort of a Saruman figure, I guess. But yeah, also adds to this idea that maybe the old gods, the trees, they did, if not curse it, then had a bit of a grudge against whoever owned that land. Phelan Walker, do we know why Harren chose this location to build his castle specifically? I know there's speculation it has something to do with the God's Eye Lake, but I'm also curious about general geographic, strategic, or even environmental reasons. And then Dustin Wilson also said, do you think that Harrenhal was built so close to the God's Eye on purpose? Did the Ironborn have any concept of the importance of the old gods and the weirwoods? So I mean, I've pondered this quite a lot. I think the answer is that there's no evidence that Harren the Black had any affiliation with the old gods. Quite the contrary. In fact, he chopped down a whole load of weirwoods. So it's not like he built this. He thought, I will put this castle in a place which is holy to the old gods. That's not what his thinking was. So what was his thinking? Why did he pick that place? Well, I think there's two obvious reasons. The first one is this is the center of Westeros. If you were to try and pick a place, that's it. If you had to pick a complete center of Westeros, the inn at the crossroads seems to be it. You go south, you go to King's Landing, or you carry on and go to Storm's End. You go north, you end up at Winterfell and the Wall. You go east, you go to the Vale. You go west, you go to the River Run, and then onto Casterly Rock. The inn at the crossroads is like the middle. Harrenhal is just a few miles away from that. So if you were to pick somewhere that is easily accessible and is at the center of everywhere, it would be about there. The God's Eye Lake is often referred to as being the center of Westeros. So if you want something central, that is about as good as you're going to get. So that's point number one. Point number two, I don't have any particular evidence for this, but House Hall were Iron Islanders. And as much as they clearly decided to go in and take the mainland, they still liked water. They probably at the least paid some lip service to the drowned god. And it kind of makes sense that they would want to be next to some water. And the God's Eye, when we talk about a lake, this is a huge lake. I've not got the exact dimensions in front of me, but it's the kind of lake you can't see the other side of. It's big, a massive lake. If anywhere kind of felt at home, if anywhere felt like in the center of Westeros, felt akin to the lifestyle of the Iron Islanders, it probably was there. So yeah, it's central, it's next to water, and obviously, I suppose if you want a third point, then if you're going to pick somewhere for a house, you'd probably be near a road, good communications, lots of good farmland, and also maybe near a water source. So with fishing and things like that. So yeah, I mean, all of those things, in my view, add up. James Perkins. Hello again at long last, Robert. Well, great to see you again. Harren the Black was king of the Isles and Rivers immediately prior to the invasion of the Targaryens and their dragons to Westeros. Obviously dragons changed the warfare landscape completely, rendering castles like Harrenhal obsolete against the invaders. But given that all of Harrenhal's future occupants would have such monumental difficulties sustaining the castle, do you think that the Riverlord Ironborn were doomed the moment that Harrenhal was completed, whether or not the dragons had ever arrived? Well, again, it's an interesting question. So, if they had managed to own enough of the land and have enough peace that that land could generate them an income, then they probably could have kept that castle going. The fact of the matter is, they didn't and they couldn't. And the history of the Seven Kingdoms suggests that if there's any part of the Seven Kingdoms which will always get invaded and always get the brunt of the war, it's the Riverlands. So were they doomed? I don't know whether doomed is the right word. If the dragons and the invasion had not happened, probably that would have established itself as the preeminent castle in the Seven Kingdoms. And probably Harren the Black was right that it was pretty impregnable. It wasn't in a position as geographically advantageous, we have to say, as, say, the Eyrie or Castle Rock or something like that. It's, as far as we can tell, it might be on a bit of a rise, but it's basically flat land. So it's not like the best placed castle, but it has got hugely high walls, hugely thick walls. One of the things I didn't say is if you're going through the gatehouse, there's 12 murder holes you have to go through. Murder holes, if you don't know, that's like if you're entering through the gate of a castle, then you look up and there's a little hole above you. That's where people could pour boiling oil or shoot arrows down or whatever. They were called murder holes. And so what would often happen is you'd have a gate and then another gate and then a little space in the middle where you could trap people, and then there's a hole above, and then you can, you know, that's the idea. There were 12 of them in Harrenhal. The walls were incredibly thick. So it was a very, very strong castle. It probably would have lasted a very, very long time if the dragons hadn't appeared. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Secret agents saying it should have built it underground, Harren. Tough dragons, I guess. Yeah. So, it probably should have done. I mean, probably better would have been to build it into a mountain or something like that. But the whole idea is that this is the hubris of man. This is humanity thinking, I can just do my thing and I will be protected against everyone and everything. Andrew Kay saying garish opulence on the shores of the metaphysical hub of the realm, slave labor, deaths in construction, and using weirwoods in such a way, it was doomed. Yeah, so I mean, if you're going with the, it was cursed by the weirwoods, then yeah, absolutely, it was doomed from the start. Let's go to Sir Steve the O saying, hello, Robert and community. Do you think Boniface Hasty, who is technically the current owner, runner of the castle. Do you think Boniface Hasty is long for this world, being the appointed castellan as the story stands? Maybe his piety could be a good cleanse for Harrenhal. The previous occupiers have been some really nasty types, although I'm not sure of the full history, as House Strong didn't seem too bad, and the deaths could have been a family matter rather than the curse. As Planetos is entering the age of wonder and terror, and the gods seem to be active, now is a good time for the Seven to step up and deliver. Well, yeah, I mean, if the Seven wish to step up and deliver, then now is probably a good time. Something tells me they probably won't. But Sir Boniface, he was left there. Basically, Jamie went there, took over, and Polliver. I've suddenly remembered the person whose name I forgot a while ago. But anyway, he decided Polliver wasn't going to be in charge, and so Boniface the Hasty in charge of the Holy Hundred. These knights who are Faith of the Seven supporters. And he leaves him in charge. Basically, Jamie during this period, it's a fascinating few chapters. If you read that in A Dance with the Dragons, and he's going around the Riverlands and basically taking place after place and showing his worth. It has to be said. Cersei is there in King's Landing, mucking things up bit by bit. Jamie goes to a castle and just deals with it on its own merits. He has to get it back. He does the thing that he needs to do to get it back. He moves on to the next castle. He takes Harrenhal. And at Harrenhal, he moves on and he hands this over to Sir Boniface Hasty. So is Boniface Hasty gonna be there long? Probably not. I mean, I think the fact is that we're going to, and I've got questions about this later, but the fact is Harrenhal has been set up as this place that changes hands literally every few months in this story. Boniface Hasty did not get a big build-up. He's not actually got, he's got a bit of a personality, but most people wouldn't really have heard of him. Jamie puts him there because he's the best person he has available. Not because he thinks he's amazing, but he's the best person he has available. So, is he going to survive? Probably not. Probably it will change hands at least 2 or 3 more times in the story. We've got at least another couple of books to go. I don't think he's going to be there for particularly long. 100 is not enough to even defend one of the towers. Let's be honest. The idea of them protecting the entire castle, no, that's not going to work. Curtis Ballerina there saying, why did Aegon the First not settle Harrenhal? It's got room for dragons and is in a great place. Can dragon-fired walls not be repaired or rebuilt? So, Aegon... why did he not settle it? I mean, I think this is interesting. It depends on what you mean by settle. So, he spent a lot of the first few years of his rule, taking over the Seven Kingdoms and trying to take over Dawn. And he decided that the place he wanted as his capital was going to be King's Landing. That was an easy option. There was no particular owner there. People were gathering around there anyway. It was on the coast, so it had the potential to become, as it did, a significant port. That was a good strategic move on his part. The question was what to do with Harrenhal, and he decided that he didn't want Harrenhal, having destroyed it or diminished it. He would have been very wary of this idea that Harrenhal was set up not in opposition to him per se, but as potentially the biggest and most important castle in the land. So what he didn't want to do was give a huge rival that castle, which is why he gave it to House Caheris. Now, we don't know huge amounts about House Caheris. Speculated a little bit earlier in the stream, as others have, that perhaps this was another small house with some Valyrian heritage, because their name, you know, we get Targaryen, Celtigar, Velaryon, Caheris. It kind of fits. I mean, it certainly feels slightly more Essozy than it does Westerosi. So it feels like he gave it to a small, loyal house. That feels like what his plan was. Now, he also gave it a lot of land. So probably the idea was to have a loyal house take over this castle, which was still workable. He didn't destroy it. He didn't get rid of it completely. It was still workable. He would give this house enough to keep the castle going without giving it enough to re-establish it as a threat to the Iron Throne. So that seems to be the plan. It's probably fair to say that Harrenhal was quite low down the list of priorities for Aegon. How to deal with the Faith was probably near the top. How to deal with Dawn was probably near the top. How to integrate the Seven Kingdoms as a whole was probably near the top. How to make sure that the big houses stayed on side was probably near to the top. How to deal with a minor house that he'd put in power in charge of a castle that he'd half destroyed, that wasn't really top of his list. So, yeah, he seems to have had a plan for it, but it seems to have been quite low down the list of priorities. Let's go to Ranabim Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and the lovely Dan the dog. I hope you're well. Thank you. Love to my fellow Patreon members and mods in the live chat. Could you please explain the specific sequence of events post the tourney in 281, wherein Littlefinger discloses to Brandon about Rhaegar eloping with Lyanna? My confusion here is that wasn't Littlefinger injured and therefore unable to travel to the Inn of the Crossroads, wherein he could catch the two running away? Okay, so we need to sort of roll back a little bit. We get the tourney at Harrenhal, of which everyone goes home, basically. And with a couple of exceptions, we'll come on to in one moment. Home for Littlefinger at the time, he was being fostered at Riverrun. And so he goes there, and Kat, the woman that he loved, was betrothed to Brandon Stark, Ned's older brother. Now, everyone was very young at this time. So, Littlefinger basically, there's a bit of a backstory to this, but he challenges Brandon to a duel for the hand of Catelyn Tully, which was stupid. Brandon Stark was a bigger, better fighter, a trained fighter. Littlefinger wasn't. Littlefinger gets beaten to a pulp. Cat has to call him off, beg for mercy. And yes, Littlefinger's there for a couple of weeks recovering. To the end of which, and then stuff also happens obviously with Lysa, but at the end of which he gets kicked out from Riverrun. And he gets told to go home. Basically, go back to the Vale, go back to your home in the Fingers, which is at the far end of the very northeast point of the Vale. So Littlefinger gets a horse and heads back that direction. That direction east takes him along the road heading towards the Inn at the Crossroads, past Harrenhal. Now, that bit we know. Another bit we know is that at some point after this, Brandon gathers a couple of his friends and says, I've got something I need to do. We know Brandon's a bit hot-headed, and he heads off charging away eastwards. What we also know is that at some point while he was away, Brandon gets the idea that Lyanna has been kidnapped by Rhaegar and charges on down south from roughly around the inn at the crossroads to King's Landing. That's one of the things which kickstarts the Robert's Rebellion. Now, the bit where the fog is here is what happens where and when and why. We know we've got Littlefinger slowly heading east. We know we've got Brandon, who seems to wait a while and then charges east. And we also know that some point around there, it starts snowing. Now, why is that important? Because and this was the year of the false spring, remember? So we had what everyone thought was spring, we had the turning at Harrenhal, and then suddenly winter comes back. Why is that important? Well, firstly, it probably slows a lot of travel down everywhere, but also the only way into the Vale is through this one overland. You can go across the sea, but overland is through this one pass, the same one that we've seen several characters do. Tyrion goes there when captured in book 1 by Catelyn. It's this pass through the mountains which goes towards the Eyrie. We're told very specifically that when it snows, that pass shuts down. So let's put ourselves into, and we should say none of this is written down. This is just going by what we know. All of these things we know, these are the moving parts that we're aware of. Putting ourselves into the minds of Littlefinger, for your scary thought, but put ourselves into the mind of Littlefinger. He's heading east. He gets as far as, say, the inn at the crossroads. It starts snowing. He knows that, firstly, that route through to the Eyrie is quite dangerous because of the mountain, the hill tribes. We encounter them. Tyrion recruits them later on, but quite a dangerous route. So he would need to hire some mercenaries. Where is he going to hire some mercenaries? Well, as we've seen from what happens with Cat, the place where you sit and wait and try and find some mercenaries is the inn at the crossroads. So the logical place for him to go to was the inn at the crossroads. But also, if it starts snowing, there'll be like a, oh, is this, well, I mean, what's going on here? First of all, nobody expected it to snow because everyone thought it was spring. They probably think this is, well, maybe just a couple of days. But it carries on. So he is probably then stuck at the inn at the crossroads. That bit seems sensible and logical. We also know that Brandon's charging after him and will also probably be thinking, well, where's he going to go? He's heading east. He's going to try and go through past the crossroads, but he probably needs to stop off there. Now, we're also told that whatever happened with Rhaegar and Lyanna happened near Harrenhal. And if you were going to arrange to meet somewhere, a sensible place for you to meet is at or near the inn at the crossroads, because that's the point where everybody can get there. They're going on. I mean, the roads around the Seven Kingdoms are not good, other than a few roads. At the end of the crossroads, those roads are good. So, the working theory that I have, several other people also have, is that these things all kind of coalesced. Littlefinger is there waiting. He has to head east. He can't go east yet. And he spots Lyanna and he spots Rhaegar. And then Brandon comes and, in my mind's eye, metaphorically comes and shoves him up against the wall. He's angry. We know this is what he's like. He's like, why on earth am I you going after my fiance? You know she's my fiance. He's angry. What does Littlefinger do in these situations? Well, we saw it in book one. He's shoved up against the wall. He makes something up. He deflects attention away. He tries to think, what is it that I know will get Brandon even more angry with something else than me? He'll say, you'll never guess what I saw. I saw Rhaegar kidnapping Lyanna. And he will know, because he was at the tourney at Harrenhal, he will know how Brandon reacted when he saw Rhaegar giving that the crown of winter roses to Lyanna. He will know exactly how Brandon would react, and sure enough, Brandon does. We also know, casting forward several years, somewhere, somehow, Littlefinger has got this idea that chaos is a ladder. If you start just throwing things, you don't even need to know what's going to happen as a result of what you do. If you create chaos, you can gain some advantage from it. How could he possibly got that idea? Because he created chaos here. He sent Brandon down to King's Landing hunting for Rhaegar. And as an almost direct result of all of that, we get Robert's Rebellion, we get warfare, chaos erupts. What does Littlefinger? Littlefinger at this point, don't forget, is at the lowest ebb. He had been, and he's from a teeny tiny little house that owns a teeny tiny little bit of land, the rocky outcrop. He just lost himself every little advantage he had. He'd got the chance to make something of himself by being fostered by a noble, a house paramount, and he'd lost that. But suddenly, what's he going to do? Chaos has erupted. He manages to get himself in a position where he then becomes in charge of the customs and port of Gultown. He manages to do that because of his relationship with Lysa. He manages to get himself there. He earns himself a huge amount of money. Off the back of that, he gets himself invited to King's Landing. Off the back of that, he gets into the small council. And what lesson will he have learned from all of that? Chaos is a ladder. So that is, you asked for the timeline. It's quite a long digression. Apologies. But that is the idea that we've got. Some of these things we know. We know Littlefinger was heading east. We know almost certainly he would have stopped at the crossroads. We know that Brandon almost certainly was charging after him. We know that Littlefinger, that if you're going to be meeting up, Lyanna and Rhaegar did meet up somewhere near there. We know that Littlefinger somehow learned about chaos as the ladder. When you add all of these things together, this seems to be the most logical explanation of what's going on. Right, let's have a quick flick through the chat. People talk about Crossroads. Crossroads. Some people call me Morris saying Crossroads was also a UK TV show. It was a long time ago. Let's have a quick flick through. Darius read it before. I don't think Brandon would have been that bothered by Peter. Now he's beaten him so publicly. If anything, Peter sending him off after Rhaegar was a response to being laughed at. Yeah, quite possibly. But we know Brandon, he did head off. and he charged out from River Run with some friends. And the only reason he could have had to do that that we know of is to go after Littlefinger. Brian Valco does this Brandon match with the Brandon of Lady Dustin's retelling of her backstory to Theon. Yes, it's the exact same one. There is Reddit before saying if we judge it likely, Peter and Brandon will see each other at the inn at the crossroads. It's no great leap to see the simple pettiness as the reason Peter would send Brandon on a wild goose chase. Yeah, absolutely. Some people call me Morris saying, okay, everyone drink when he says crossroads or inn. Sounds like a fun game. Desert Storm born Charlie saying, I can totally see Littlefinger getting some info from the Crossroads Inn and manipulating Brandon. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Ray Blackfire saying, I'm late. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dan. Hello, Robert. Well, hello to you too. Right, okay, I think with that, we will go back to the questions from my patrons. So, Ranabe Mitra, what, in your opinion, will happen to Lady Stoneheart post the Red Wedding 2.0? Okay, let me talk about that in a moment. I ask because there could be a chance that Harrenhal is her next stop, and her storyline could intersect with Littlefinger, just like Arya killing all the Freys in the show was actually Lady Stoneheart's role in the books. Her killing Baelish in the show could be something that's intended for Lady Stoneheart. Disclaimer, I got this idea from Ian from Random Internet Guy YouTube channel, where he describes the potential trial of Littlefinger taking place in the Harrenhal. Okay, well, I've not seen Random Internet Guy's video on this. Shout out to them. The Red Wedding 2.0 is something I will do a video on at some point. I've sort of talked about this, I think, in passing in a few different videos. But this is the idea that whereas in the show we had a Red Wedding 2.0 in which Arya goes and kills a whole lot of Freys. The thinking is that may well not be how it goes down in the books. We know of a Frey wedding, which is likely to happen soon in Riverrun. And we know that there is at least one Thomas Seven Strings spy from the Brotherhood Without Banners in Riverrun. And we know that Lady Stoneheart wants to kill as many Freys as possible. So when you add all of these things together, with the likelihood that the Winds of Winter is going to see a turning of the Riverlands away from the Lannisters and over to the Starks and the Tullys, then what is looking likely is that that wedding is going to turn quite nasty. So, I 100%, 95% sign up to this idea that Lady Stoneheart may well be at the heart of this Red Wedding 2.0. I also think there's a medium-sized opportunity that we might get Nymeria's wolf pack involved. I mean, if you just for one moment imagine the idea of the vengeance of the Starks coming from a whole pack of wolves just charging into a castle and taking down the Freys. Maybe even Arya could be walked into Nymeria at the time. Who knows? So, yeah, that all kind of works. Then the question is, well, what next? Now, what next for Lady Stoneheart seems to have some quite straightforward objectives in this. She wants to find her children, and she wants vengeance on the Freys and the Lannisters. Do either of those things immediately lead her to Harrenhal? I think the answer is no. I mean, perhaps she would see that as a useful base to go to, but If she's looking for Sansa, Sansa's not going to be in Harrenhal. If she's looking for Arya, Arya's not going to be in Harrenhal. We know that both Rickon and Bran are way north. So looking for her children is not going to take her to Harrenhal. And at Harrenhal, there aren't actually many Freys or Lannisters there. So my instinct is no. This idea that she may be involved in the trial of Littlefinger, uh, I I've not seen the video you referenced, so I don't know what evidence is there. Instinctively, it seems that the first few chapters, at least, of the Winds of Winter are going to be for Littlefinger are going to be based in the Vale. He's already told Sansa what his plan is. He's going to marry her off to Harry Harding and then reveal her identity and then get all of the Vale Lords to go, we now love our new lady of the Vale who is a Stark. Let's go north and reclaim her castle for her. And he's going to lead them all up north, which again kind of in a vague way matches, which is what we're really looking for, in a vague way, matching the TV show, in that the Knights of the Vale head north and Sansa ends up in Winterfell. So, all of which is a long way around to say, I do not think that Littlefinger is going to ever go to Harrenhal. I think he is going to go from the Vale all the way up to the north, and I think that he is going to find his end there. I really like this idea, this kind of mirroring irony. I don't know, it depends on how you look at it. This idea that Ned Stark was in Winterfell, went down to King's Landing and was completely out of his depth and died. And died because of Littlefinger's treachery. Littlefinger was in King's Landing, and then he goes up to Winterfell, and suddenly he's out of his depth, and he dies because the Starks get their revenge. I kind of like that. That sort of works for me. So my general take is Littlefinger's not ever, I think, going to go to Harrenhal. I can't immediately see a reason why Lady Stoneheart would go to Harrenhal, other than for sort of strategic, here's a big castle in the Riverlands reasons. SGH saying, I am quite partial to the idea of the Night's Watch being entirely decimated by the falling of the wall. But what do you think of the others being defeated on the Isle of Faces? Yeah, I've got a few questions related to this in a moment. I think the idea of the Night's Watch being entirely destroyed, I mean, I don't think entirely is the right way of saying it. I mean, decimated to the point where they're no longer a significant fighting force. But what, if you read those John chapters in A Dance with Dragons, what you'll find is that the Night's Watch are no longer the significant defensive force on the wall. Which is a sort of a weird thing to say, I guess. I don't know if I've ever said it quite like that. But the Night's Watch are now down to just a few hundred. They are adding to their number in dribs and drabs by anyone who will join them and swear fealty. But John is increasingly, during those chapters, kind of going, yeah, well, you don't have to, like, swear everything. You don't have to kneel. You don't have to do all these things. You just, like, promise to obey orders, and you can kind of be a member of the Night's Watch. He said, okay, so we need to be manning these different castles. So, so Stannis and all of your forces, Queen Selyse, you can have the Night Fort. You can have that one, and then we get Tormund, and we get the wildlings. You can have these other 3 or 4 different forts. He sends literally 2 or 3 members of the Night's Watch with these people to sort of like be in charge, be the kind of the stewards of those places. But make no mistake, most of the castles on the wall that will be manned will be majority manned not by the Night's Watch. Even in Castle Black, at the moment the story ends, there's probably fewer members of the Night's Watch than there are combined wildlings and remnants of Stannis' army. And random people coming up from Molestown as well, to be honest. So there's lots of people there. The Night's Watch was, what, 1,000 people at the beginning of the story? Hundreds of them have died. So the Night's Watch is no longer. I mean, John has done a reasonable job of kind of keeping it together, but it was turning on itself. And the whole idea of what the Night's Watch was for was being called into question. The reason why you get this turning against John, the reason why members of the Night's Watch were turning against their Lord Commander was because he was going against his Night's Watch vows. Time after time, everything he did was against everything they'd ever believed. So, the Night's Watch are already decimated. Let's put it that way. They're no longer a significant force. We see this from John's eyes, and he's still thinking about the Night's Watch as a whole. But when he comes back, he's almost certainly not going to be thinking just about, I'm the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, I have to care about the Night's Watch. He's going to be thinking about the defense of the realm and also about Winterfell. Second part of your question, though, was about the others being defeated on the Isle of Faces. I've got a question about this, but yeah, there are a few places in Westeros that are kind of coded from the beginning as being important in this story, important in the story of the others. The Wall is clearly one of them. The Wall is the first line of defense against the others. Winterfell is clearly the next. There are other places. We know there's other important castles and the like, but the next one, which seems to have been set up and will be used as a key defense against the others, is Winterfell. Then we get the Neck in some way that has got its history with the Hammer of the Waters and so on, but then we get the Isle of Faces. And although we've not yet been told everything about what is driving the others, what do the others want, it's pretty clear to me, at least, that they're not just trying to kill the humans. There's a thing that's there. There's some backstory we haven't been told everything about. The idea that perhaps they were created by the Children of the Forest does kind of ring true. And if that is the case, then them going to what we think of as being the heart of the Weirwood network also seems to make sense. So, is that where they finally get defeated? Well, possibly. But my idea is that their defeat, as it were, was or will be not a matter of just fighting them and doing really well in battle. It's going to be a matter of undoing the magic that created them, brought them into being, whatever it is. And for that to happen, perhaps that does have to happen on the Isle of Faces. Question from Caius Ballerina. Is the House Towers that takes over Harrenhal the same House Towers defeated by the ancient Starks, like a reverse House Manderley, or maybe related to Tiana? So Tiana of the Towers. So all of this is that The House Stark thing, I don't know. I can't off the top of my head put my finger on the House Towers that the Starks defeated, but the House Towers that we have in the backstory of Harrenhal is the same one that is significant in the story of Maegor. They're not Tiana of the Towers, however, that does seem to be a different towers. Let's go to Ginty M. Good evening, Robert, and to you too. I've heard a lot of folks theorise that Harrenhal will be a last stand. Here we go. I said I've got questions about this. Harrenhal will be a last stand against the others. And I see a lot of arguments for it. Its location at the northern shore of the God's Eye being the most compelling. I've long suspected that humanity's final stand against the others will happen in the Riverlands, because they've been ravaged by petty wars since Book 1, and the wastefulness of all this destruction would be that bit more poignant if the final battle against the real threat is here. However, something just feels off about it being at Harrenhal. I think because Harrenhal is already draped in death and horror from its beginning, it just feels wrong that it's where humanity comes together to fight for hope and a future. In that sense, I almost want Riverrun to be that place instead, a place better suited to protect people than Harrenhal. Does this sound a silly reason against Harrenhal hosting the climactic battle of the series? Because I just can't quite shake it off. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's no, it doesn't resound as being the place because it's a new castle. It was built on the northern shore of the God's Eye, and that seems to be the only sort of link across to the others that we've got here. It was built literally thousands of years after the others disappeared, so the others won't even know it's there, except perhaps through magical reasons. As for where is the kind of the final struggle, I've already said I don't think this is necessarily about a big battle, but one thing I've observed, and at one point I'm going to turn this into a theory, but at the moment it remains an observation, and I hope you understand the difference here. Um, and if somebody wants to put a pithy 2-sentence theory in the chat as I'm doing this, please do. I will put my observation that I've made a few times before, which is that a lot of the places that you would imagine would be significant when it came to fighting the others are islands. And what I mean by that is you get the Isle of Faces, which we think is the hub of the Weirwood network in some way. We get Dragonstone, which is where there is this massive mine for dragon glass. And we know that dragon glass is really important in the fight against the others. We get Starfall, which is where the Sword Dawn is held. And yes, the Sword Dawn, the Sword of the Morning, all of the imagery there is very much focused in on the long night. And possibly also we get a link across to Battle Island, which is where the High Tower is, from which allegedly you can see the wall. So a lot of these places all seem to be on islands. So that's my observation. I go the kind of the slight extra step to say, and this kind of matches with this idea that the others can't cross running water or something along those lines, which matches up with the idea that the wall stops at the water's edge. But I've not really taken that on for the extra theory, other than, well, these are sensible places for these things to be. But if I can take the next step in one way to say that the Isle of Faces, therefore, does seem to be, if you were to pick somewhere, that does seem to be where they might be heading and where a suitable last stand could happen. I would tie this in with the other observation, which is, and something George R. Martin has actually admitted, was when he started writing, he thought he was writing a trilogy, 3 books. And so that meant, as he's a writer who understands pacing and things like that, that meant he had to drop information into the first book that would pay off in the third book. Because there wasn't much time to do all of this kind of foreshadowing and stuff like that. He thought he had 3 books. He had to have established something as important in book 1 in order for it to pay off in book 3. As it turned out, we've got at least 7 books, so maybe he could have taken some more time, and he recognized that, and he's kind of admitted this, that so there are some things like, crucially I think, the Isle of Faces, that gets mentioned, I'm going to say 5 or 6 times in the first half of book 1, and then hardly gets mentioned at all the way through, other than like Arya skirting around the outside of the God's Eye Lake. Hardly gets mentioned at all until nearly the end of the books that we have. So he thought he had to seed this idea. He thought he had to foreshadow it as an important place, and then he almost had to kind of like slow down a bit on it, because this story is longer than I thought. So those are the observations, which leads me to the sort of conclusion that the Isle of Faces seems like a logical place. But I will have a very quick flick through the chat and see whether anyone else has kind of drawn anything else from this. Maybe not. Prime Valko is saying River Run is the Sacramento of Westeros. The big action isn't going to happen there. Never been to Sacramento. Perhaps that's the point. Carl Kosmark saying a place named River Run. Have its river stop running due to the cold. Seems like a George R. R. Martin thing to do as well. Yeah, I mean, somebody mentioned, I don't know where this was. Maybe this is a later question. I don't know. But River Run theoretically sounds as a place to sort of hide out. It's at the confluence of this. So you got, it's in the middle of basically 3 rivers, really. They sort of go this way and that way, and it's on an island in the middle. They kind of control the river flows inside with a series of sort of gates and the like, but if they want to be just an island, they can be just an island. But yes, if the cold comes that far south, we know that the Blackwater Rush, which is the river that goes all the way down towards King's Landing, that froze over during the winter. So there's absolutely no reason why the water around River Run should not also freeze over. And JC Garcia saying, "What's up, Rob? Best voice in the Game of Thrones fandom." Well, thank you very much. What is up is all good things. Thank you. Harrenhal, Andrew Jenkins says, is both a significant historical site and a dungeon you can quest in. Yes, exactly. Brian Valko saying River Run. So a lot of people commenting on River Run here. River Run is like when the state capital isn't also the state's largest city, i.e. Montpellier VT or Carson City NV. Now, I'm going to assume those are American states. NV, Nevada, VT, Vermont? I don't know. Someone can tell me. Right, so that's a slight digression. And let's go to... Oh, some people kindly talking about other channels I've got. This is Reflective rambling, of course. And Carl Karsnark, thank you. Yes, so I should probably do my. I'll always forget to do this. Let's plug the things I should plug. What do I need to tell people about? The Well Told Tale. I've got another channel, kind of a passion project, uh, and it's just me reading audiobooks, basically. So if you like listening to me read stuff, go there, check it out. I read. Um, I would say 95% of it is classic science fiction and fantasies, as in, I've just finished The War of the Worlds. I'm just about to start Frankenstein. I do H.P. Lovecraft. I do Edgar Allan Poe. I do Conan. You get the idea. So if you like that kind of stuff, and also if you like slightly more whimsical stuff like The Wind in the Willows and Alice in Wonderland, but fantasy, science fiction, all of that kind of speculative stuff, I do that over there. And if you like falling asleep to me talking, that's okay. I have decided to lean into this. Lots of people have told me this. I've moved past the idea of finding it weird, so do not worry about it. It is all good. If it's a blessing to you, I am so happy about that. Check out In Deep Sleep, which is these live streams. I'm going to expand it out to a few other things that I do as well. But I've started out doing these live streams, just the audio, but then putting some kind of soothing background stuff, some imagery, like a log fire and a bit of log fire crackling sound in the background. This bit of me talking, and then when I finish talking, then the sort of the soothing stuff carries on for the whole night. No adverts in the middle, so that's it's not a cash grab, but it's also means you don't get woken up in the middle of the night by an advert suddenly blasting out at you. There might be a couple just before the video starts, might be a couple at the end, which is 8 hours time. But in the middle, no, absolutely nothing at all. Yeah, those are the two things. What else do I need to talk about? I always forget about merch. There's merch down there somewhere. And I've got some really good merch coming on, but I've not quite got it sorted yet. So apologies about that. I did talk about that last time. I think that's probably all of the stuff. You don't need to hear me talk about other things. You're here to hear me talk about Harrenhal. Let's go to SGH saying, what do you think of Dragonfire at Harrenhal, bringing not destruction but salvation by playing a role in defeating the others? Danny as the anti-Aegon. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is interesting. So this does call to mind something I meant to mention when I was replying to a previous question, but I didn't. A little bit ago, a week or so ago, I did over on the main channel, I did a video about Jon Snow's Azor Ahai dream. I didn't say it at the time, but in my mind, this was part of a two-part series, which was I'm going to do Jon Snow's Azor Ahai dream, and then I'm going to do Dany's Azor Ahai dream, because they both have dreams that you could interpret as being Azor Ahai. And her dream, and they're both interrupted by people, which is also quite significant. But his dream was him standing atop the wall as dead people come rushing forward and dead other things come rushing forward towards him, and he's wearing what seems to be, I don't know, Valyrian steel, dragonglass armor, and he's got a flaming sword and he's cutting down these dead people. That was his Azor Ahai dream. Dany has one where she's riding Drogon over what, I mean, she's never been there, but she realizes this is like the Battle of the Trident. So this is the Riverlands, and she's thinking of herself as being a bit like Rhaegar, maybe, and she's burning fire down on her enemies, and her enemies are ice enemies, and they're melting in the fire, and that also obviously has kind of Azor Ahai type vibes going on there. So they both have this, and I will do that video at some point. Might dragons provide salvation for humanity in the Riverlands? Yeah, they could. Absolutely, they could. Now, I think one of the many problems with the TV show was the fact that they contracted everything. They pushed it in to really just one big battle against the others. Everybody went to the north. They had a big battle in Winterfell, and that was it. That's not going to be how it feels, I think, in the books. I think that this is going to be this slow pushing of the others southwards. And it's going to feel like, as it did in the first Long Night from the stories that we hear, it's going to feel like this is inevitable. There's nothing we can do about this. And maybe they will reach the Riverlands. Maybe they will be heading all the way down to the Isle of Faces. And yes, maybe Dany does not immediately go up and help out when they're in the north, because she's still focused on conquering in the south. Who knows? Maybe she is there and suddenly realizes that she has to face up to this threat when they're coming all the way down south of the neck. I mean, who knows? This is one of those things. If people say they do know, they do not, because George R. R. Martin himself does not, I suspect, know the details of this, because he is a Gardner writer, and that's the whole point of a Gardner writer, is he doesn't know all of the details about these things. But yes, the dragons will definitely, I'm 95% certain that they will definitely have a role in facing down against the others and the army of the dead. Because Dragonfire, whether it can defeat the others, probably, but we don't know. It definitely will be able to burn. We've seen that fire burns whites, and that can be effective. We saw that all the way back in book 1 when Jon is there facing the white that was trying to attack Jael Mormont. So, is she the anti-Aegon? I mean, I don't know whether she's going to be the anti-Aegon. I understand the point you're making, but she is definitely going to be the echo of Aegon in launching an invasion of the Seven Kingdoms, here with 3 dragons. Whether she has 3 when she actually does the invasion is another matter, but she's going to be invading with her dragons. So she's going to be an echo of Aegon. And then, yes, it's the kind of way George R. R. Martin writes, that he does like these kind of echoes and comparisons and opposites. And so the idea that she may attack Harrenhal, as it were, in order to defend humanity, does kind of make sense. Let's... Andrew Jenkins saying, I don't take the dragons seriously since they don't have 4 legs. I have no comment to make. A.D. Ross saying, greetings, Sir Robert, and to you too. What do you think will, or who do you think will end up in control of Harrenhal at the conclusion of the story? I think we can assume Littlefinger won't be around to claim his prize. So might it go to a new house or to an already established line? And will they survive the curse? Now, this is one of those things I sort of started saying it in the last answer, but we're in the realms of speculation here. I think the things that I'm reasonably confident on are humanity will survive, Bran will be king, and if he is, and I think that he will be king with the Weirwood network surviving in some way, and if so, and I think that he will be made king by some kind of great council, and I think it would make sense for that great council to happen at Harrenhal. So, who gets Harrenhal? Well, I think that there's not going to be an obvious claimant. I think you're right. Littlefinger's not going to be around. None of the others who had it at various points there in the story, Polliver or Vargo Hote or whoever, they're not going to be around. So it will be up for grabs. But I wonder, however, whether this needs to be given to someone. Perhaps this will be just allowed effectively to be passed back to the old gods. One of the things, I have got a question on this, and I will talk a little bit more about this in a moment. One of the things I really liked in House of the Dragon, in Harrenhal, there was bits about the Harrenhal story I didn't like. Feel free to ask me about that. But one of the things I did like was this um, creation of Harrenhal as having the Weirwood network slowly reclaiming it. By which I mean, when you're walking through Harrenhal, you can see that the walls have got the roots of the weirwoods just cracking through. They're on the floor. The weirwood bed is there, but the weirwood tree itself, it seems to be the focus almost of that part of the castle. It's just like there. And as a complete aside, loved whoever came up with that design of the tree itself, just like that, reaching over the waters towards the Isle of Faces. I thought that was brilliant. So that aspect I thought was fantastic. And the the fleetest moment where we saw, was it a green man? Was it a child of the forest? Just sort of scurrying away. With the clear implication that this is a place which is being reclaimed by the old gods in some way. I like this idea that it might just be sort of handed it back over to the old gods. This castle has served its purpose. It can now go. The trees can grow, the forest can regrow once more, weirwoods can break through again, and everything can be back as it was. As a kind of a recreation of this idea that the children of the forest get the deep forests, and we're going to give them this new forest there in the heart of the Weirwood, in the heart of Westeros. So I like that. Let's go to Lorelei Dragon saying, "Good evening, Robert, and to you too. In the main books, it seems to me that the curse of Harrenhal is not taken seriously or explicitly shown, but in the House of the Dragon show, it seems very obvious that there is something magical going on there. I'm wondering if there is more specific information about this in Fire and Blood or other auxiliary works. Additionally, do you think the curse or magic of the place is related to the Weirwood network at all? I am struck by the imagery of the white living wood growing beneath and through the black dead stone." Okay, this was, I think, the question I was thinking about just one moment ago. The curse, is it taken seriously? In the books, I think it is taken seriously in the books by most people. The people who do not take it seriously are the kind of people you go, they don't take magic seriously. Like Tywin. Tywin doesn't care. He just sees that as Harrenhal's a big and still quite powerful castle. I'm going to put my troops there. That's his thinking. He doesn't think that there's a significant curse. The ambitious will take it, like Janos Slint, for example, because they think, well, maybe there is a curse, but I'm getting a lordship. I'm going to take it. Similarly, Littlefinger, he mentions the curse, but it's more in the kind of, well, I'm not going there. I'll happily be lord of it, but I'm not going to go there. Not because he seems to think the curse will affect him, but people will think it will. So it's mentioned a lot, by the people in and around Harrenhal, and whether it's taken seriously, perhaps not by everyone, but by a significant number of people, I think it is. Um, is it related to the Weirwood network? Now, you talk about House of the Dragon. Um, as I already said, I like this idea that this is a place which the Weirwood network are trying to claim back. And if you go down that route, then it kind of also makes sense that the Weirwood network are trying to make sure that nobody, pun sort of intended, puts down their roots there. Nobody can have that castle and can claim that castle for a prolonged period of time. It's it's noticeable that the houses that seem to be there the longest are the ones that kind of embrace it the most, or have the most sort of old godsy backstory, like the Strongs, the House Lothston, or Alice Rivers, for example. So the ones who are more in tune with it in some way seem better than those who seem not to be with the old gods, like House Caheris, House Towers, for example. Those kinds of houses, they don't last very long at all. So if you take this view that Harrenhal is a place which the old gods are slowly trying to take over, then I think the curse sort of makes sense because it's more a matter of a nudge here, an accident there. Where I think it gets interesting is when you go, okay, what then if we accept the fact that the old gods are at work in Harrenhal and are more powerful there than they are probably anywhere else in a lot of the southern part of the Seven Kingdoms? What does that mean for the several significant moments in the history of the Seven Kingdoms that happened there? For example, the Great Council of 101, when Viserys was chosen. Uh, if we go down the route of House of the Dragon, and you say somebody was probably sleeping in that weirwood bed, and someone like Alice Rivers, maybe even Alice Rivers herself, was wandering around influencing events. The Children of the Forest or the Green Men were there scuttling around in the background. Someone could go up to the weirwood tree and they could be getting visions. Does this mean that the Weirwood network were actively trying to get Viserys onto the throne? And if so, why? These are the intriguing questions we have. I think when we get to the tourney at Harrenhal, we could very much see, okay, so we've got Harold Reed operating here in the background, who's just come from the Isle of Faces. That kind of makes sense that he is manipulating events as well. But if you suggest that perhaps the Weirwood network are manipulating all of the big events that are happening at Harrenhal, suddenly your view on the history of Westeros changes quite significantly. Um, Brian Valco, the Godswood predates Harren and the construction of Harrenhal? Question mark. Yes, in as much as far as we can tell, there was a forest there before, and most of the trees got cut down from the rest of the area, and the bit that got left was turned into the Godswood. However, the only one weirwood tree was left, which now looks angry. It's to be said, it's got an angry expression on its face. Um, Agree. Weirwood saying if the bloodline of Azor are high or the prince was promised goes with Viserys or Rhaenyra. Yeah. So I mean, I think that was what I was kind of driving at. So thank you for picking up on that. Is that if the Weirwood network is trying to manipulate events to get the right person who ends up being, depending on your interpretation, Jon Snow or perhaps Dany, um, then they want the line to come down through specific people, then they might want it to be Viserys who's on the throne so that Rhaenyra could be on the throne. Because, spoilers for House of the Dragon, if you look at the thread of who's on the throne, and I mean, it's probably not the way they would see it, but who won the game, the Dance of the Dragons, in as much as who survived was Daemon's children. Aegon Viserys survived, and then his two children with Laena. So that's where the line comes down from, and fundamentally it comes down through the line of Aegon, so Daemon and Rhaenyra. So if they wanted that line rather than the other line to be the one that survives, that makes sense of how they might have tried to push that result. Ginty M, top of my head ideas about the same magical those magical islands, Tarth, Starfall, and Dragonstone, all have ties to special swords. So could the link be Arthurian myth, perhaps? Lady of the Lake and Avalon especially seem to be influences here. Yes, I mean I think George R. R. Martin does. He definitely links across to that. The Tarth link appears to be a Lord of the Rings one as well, inspiration wise, with being kind of the star of the evening and the most beautiful woman in the world idea. This is very much an Arwen kind of idea, which George R. Martin has said. The idea of this kind of mythical lake being the God's Eye Lake, that does, and this kind of Avalon feel, yes, that has definite echoes going on there. We don't have in George R. R. Martin's world a lake with a sword sort of coming up out of it, but I guess you could take that in a kind of way as being Starfall. It's possible. Keegan's High saying Daemon won the Dance of the Dragons. Yeah, I don't personally view it. I personally view my message always on the Dance of Dragons is everyone lost. But if you had to say, in terms of where did the line of succession go, Daemon's children, and Daemon chose the manner of his own death. So out of all of them, yeah, you've got to look to Daemon. Corvus Codex. Who do you think will claim Harrenhal in the coming story? Dany, Euron, young Griff, Bran, and what do you think will foretell about their future or end? Will it be a foretelling of hubris or a connection with the old god at the Isle of Faces? Well, I've already said where I think it's going to end up being kind of like retaken by the Weirwood network. One thing I do wonder, and this is pure speculation, is I do wonder whether we will have some echo of Adam Velaryon. Now, Adam Velaryon in the Dance of the Dragons, he is the one of only two named characters we know who go there. One is Howland Reed, and he's the other one. For reasons we're not told, he flies his dragon to the Isle of Faces and lands, spends some time talking to the Green Men, gets back up on his dragon, flies off, gathers an army, heads to Tumbleton, and dies. So we never actually find out what he was talking about. I do wonder whether we will get someone who will fly to the Isle of Faces on a dragon and land. That's a kind of an echo of that, because otherwise it's a really odd thing for George R. R. Martin to put in there, because Adam Velaryon never previously or at any point showed any kind of old godsy weirwood sympathies. Why did he decide suddenly to go there? I mean, it would not surprise me if in House of the Dragon they try and draw some reason for it. But in Fire and Blood, we don't really have a good reason for why he went and did that, or indeed what he did afterwards. So it kind of makes sense to me. The way that George R. R. Martin writes is that this was a bit of foreshadowing for something which is going to happen in the main story. Someone will land there. I think we will see the Isle of Faces, and in the same way that you get the Eyrie, that it's like, oh well, no army can ever go there, but a dragon could land on it. The reason why people don't go to the Isle of Faces is that every time you try and go there, the natural forces push you away. The winds are blowing you away. The currents mysteriously take your boat in a different direction. A whole load of birds come flying at you. Whatever it is, nature stops you going there. But you can't stop a dragon. So I do wonder whether a dragon will land there. Somebody on a dragon will land there. Branabir Mitra saying, you had permitted me earlier to start a revolt against the House of the Dragon showrunners if they skipped the Adam Velaryon scenes in season 3 or 4. Yeah, I might have done. I don't know. I think they will do it. I think they will duck it. And I think I might not mind. And when I say duck it, I think they may well show him landing, and they may well show him taking off again. I don't think they're going to give us the whole who he sees there, what conversation do they have, that kind of side of things. So maybe he will talk to somebody afterwards and say a few things, but I think they're most likely to leave it mysterious. Right, where are we going? Sir Friend saying, happy Thursday. Do you think there will, and to you too, do you think there will be any resolution to the curse of Harrenhal? Will a family ever be able to stay there long term? Additionally, a bit of a tinfoil theory I've come up with, largely thanks to your insights. Sorry, not a problem. What do you think of the idea where George R. R. Martin goes full Lord of the Rings? The heroes stage what looks like the final battle, luring the others to attack Harrenhal, while really there is something going on the Isle of Faces to undo the magic and the long night. Best wishes, warmest regards. Well, the same to you. So, I think I've already answered the first bit. As for the tinfoil theory, which is, for those who didn't quite get the reference, the whole idea of the last bit of the Lord of the Rings is you get our heroes deciding the only way to defeat Sauron, realizing the only way to defeat Sauron is to destroy the ring. Sauron doesn't currently know that there's two hobbits somewhere in Mordor working their way to the only place where they can destroy the ring. Therefore, our best plan right now is to distract Sauron and go, over here, here's our big army, we're coming towards you. We're going to pretend that we've got the ring. Come and send your army out and get us. That was the whole idea. That last battle, when you get Aragorn and Gandalf and all the rest of them all heading up to the gates of Mordor, the whole point there was distraction, to try and get Sauron not to be paying attention to what's going somewhere else. Is it possible that that could happen here? Yeah, I think it's very possible. The fact is, and I can't ever, and this is always getting around to the others, we simply don't know enough to be able to talk without equivocation about the others and what they're up to and how to defeat them. But I cannot get round the idea at the moment that you have to undo this magic that created them, summoned them, whatever it is. And that is partly driven by the TV show, where I think they were trying to show this. I think they were trying to say they were created by dragon glass in the heart in front of a weirwood tree, and they get destroyed by dragon steel in the heart in front of the weirwood tree. So that seemed to be an unmaking of them rather than I'm just going to kill them by being really cool at fighting. I think that got lost a little bit in the detail of what was going on, but I think that's what they were trying to do. And so, if that's the case, that we have to somehow unmake them, I think that isn't a matter of we're doing some magic here on the Isle of Faces while you're having a big battle. I think that has to actually happen with the others. I think you have to do it to the others rather than just from afar. But as I say, we don't know enough to be able to speak with any kind of conviction on this, I think. Victoria Gill, are there any caves or tunnels mentioned at Harrenhal? I mean, we don't have any details of this, no. The caves and tunnels of Westeros are pretty ubiquitous, it has to be said. In that they're in the Westerlands, Castle Rock, etc. They're at the wall, underneath the wall, at Castle Black, under the Night Fort. There's cave systems in the Rainwood. I mean, everywhere you go, you get these cave systems. So probably they're in the Riverlands. But the thing about the Riverlands, broadly speaking, is they're quite low-lying Riverlands. So there's no big sort of hollow hills. At least we don't hear of any around Harrenhal. So we don't hear of any. That doesn't mean that there aren't any. Right, let's go to Madeline Tyrell Dane saying, "Hi, Robert. Hope you're well. I am. Thank you very much. It was interesting to see how House of the Dragon portrayed Harrenhal. Who or what do you think caused Daemon's visions in the show? How do you think House of the Dragon might handle Aemon's time at Harrenhal, and how might this differ from the books?" Well, as I already said, one thing I really liked was the kind of the set design of Harrenhal. I liked the feel that Harrenhal was slowly being retaken by the Weirwood Network. I thought that worked really well. I didn't like let's call it the pacing of Daemon there, and his lack of volition. That didn't really suit my understanding of his character, that he would just sort of sit there for a while. Him getting those visions, I understand where they were going on the TV show. They wanted to use that season as a way to get him to come back to Rhaenyra, basically. So I understood what they were doing. That didn't really fit what was going on in the books. In the show, who or what was causing the visions? I think that the way they set it up was he was in a weirwood bed, and we get Alice Rivers, who is there as being this sort of old godsy magician type, and the children / green men were there, and the Weirwood Network were there, and so the power of the old gods was strong. The end bit, him accessing the Weirwood Network, I mean, I also didn't particularly it has to be said, but in terms of your questioning, who or what do you think caused Daemon's visions in the show? The Weirwood Network caused his visions, but they were hijacked to a degree by what's her name? I always forget one person's name, one very important person's name. The Targaryen who gets the visions, the Dragon Dreamer. Someone will tell me the name in the chat in just one moment. Always get a mind blank at some point in every live stream. Helena. But they were given, and we saw Bloodraven there, if you remember. And so the clear implication is he's going back in time and he is influencing events to try and make sure. And this is where this kind of fits in with this idea. The bit that I kind of liked about it was it does fit in with this idea that the Weirwood Network and Bloodraven were trying to manipulate the Targaryen family tree in order to ensure that the right people got onto the throne and the prince that was promised that they wanted would happen. And that fits with this idea that, given the fact, as we've already mentioned, that Daemon's children are the ones who survive, they wanted to drive him back towards Rhaenyra in order to be assuring their success, in order to be making sure that their descendants are the ones that end up on the Iron Throne. So all of that kind of works to a degree, but that doesn't mean that I particularly liked that element. As for Aemond, he should be influenced more than Daemon by the Weirwood Network, by Alice Rivers. But if we're going down the route that I mentioned a moment ago, that the whole point of what the Weirwood Network was trying to do there was to manipulate events in order that Daemon and Rhaenyra win, because theirs is the line of the prince that was promised, then you go, well, why did you? Why would you be supporting Aemond? Because what happens on the other side of this is that Alice Rivers has his child and then claims that he is the rightful heir. So that doesn't quite add up. So I'm fascinated what they're going to be doing with Aemond, because having gone strongly that the Weirwood Network is now supporting the Rhaenyra Daemon axis, which is basically where they were going with this, then you have to say, well, what's going to happen with Aemond? Is Alice genuinely going to fall in love with him? It's possible. Are they going to go down the route that they think that she's going to be controlling him to get to a point where he can be defeated by Daemon, which is where we're going to end up with in a bit? Again, possibly. What I wouldn't like is if in the show, happening June next year, incidentally, but what I wouldn't like is if in the show they then just give him a whole load of other cool and spooky visions to try and help him. That seems to suggest that the Weirwood Network, which is where these are coming from, are supportive of Team Green, because that then means that the Weirwood Network are supporting both sides, which I don't think they would be. Andrew Clay saying, I don't mind the visions despite there being too many of them. But it sort of undermined that whole arc of wrestling with his own inner demons rather than future prophecy doing it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying about his own volition, is that it felt to me, Daemon, as a character, as a person who does his thing, he owns what he's doing. And what happened here was it felt like he didn't own anything. He was there at the mercy of the visions, and the visions were what led him and drove him to a thing, rather than him deciding something for himself. So I wanted him to be owning his own actions. Orion's Orcas saying, Harrenhal's fate reminds me of the Titanic, the ship that God could never sink and all that. But first voyage she sunk. The day of completion and dubbed not conquerable, Harrenhal is roasted alive by Aegon and the Black Dread. Personally, I don't think the Weirwood trees liked having a drowned god worshipper so close. The occupants inside... excuse me for one moment. The occupants inside... must have known Westeros was being conquered by flying dragons that breathed fire on them. Man's arrogance or Weirwood magic, or is it man's arrogance or Weirwood magic playing out here? Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree that the Weirwood trees didn't like having a drowned god worshipper so close. Yep, they didn't like that bit at all. I suspect they also didn't like having the dragons. But if they did know, and weirwood trees, time operates differently to weirwood trees, if they can see into the future as well as the past, which they should theoretically be able to do, then if they were aware that the dragons were important, not because the dragons could potentially burn down weirwood trees, because actually in the long history of, or the long history, the 300 years or so of dragons being in Westeros, they don't tend to burn down many weirwood trees. You might think they would, but they haven't done that many. Maybe because there aren't any, but the Targaryens have been a lot more cool about weirwood trees than, say, the Andals were. Um, so yes, perhaps they would want the Targaryens there. On another subject entirely, was Gregor Clegane given orders to chop off the hands and feet of Vargo Hoat for chopping off Jaime's hand, or did he just commit that act of brutality on his own? It would add another layer of what Gregor did to Elia and her children, don't you think? Yes, actually, I have to admit I should have looked up this one before we came on air. I I don't know whether he got a specific order on that, but what was um, very clear was that those who understood realized how Tywin would react. One of say one of I have many favorite scenes, obviously, but one of my favorite scenes for its kind of like subtlety is when Jaime and Brienne arrive at Harrenhal. And Roose Bolton's in charge at the time, and Vargo Hoat has chopped off Jaime's hand, and Roose Bolton is there saying, "Well, this puts me in a slightly awkward position because if I send you on to your father, then your father is going to think that I authorized this, but I definitely did not authorize this. So uh, I do not wish to anger your father. Do you understand that?" And Jamie's there, and you can see it because it's from his perspective, and it's like, yeah, I actually do understand where you're coming from here. I think you're trying to now align yourself with my father, and you think this could make everything go sideways because my father's going to be angry. So the only way for this to keep going is for me to convince my father that this wasn't your doing. And all of this happens, and Brienne seems completely oblivious to what's going on here. She doesn't seem to quite understand it. But Roose and Jaime is an underrated, intelligent character. He understands the undertones of a huge amount of what's going on. And it's a fantastic little conversation that confirms to the careful reader that Roose is about to change sides. And it confirms that Jaime understands his role in making sure that that happens. Let's go to Adam Geets saying, "Hi, Robert. Can you give some comparisons for the size of Harrenhal? We know it's the biggest castle, but how does it compare with other huge cities or castles? I assume it's smaller than a Shire." Yes. So I gave it at the very top. I gave the comparisons to Winterfell, which I hope were useful for you. So it's in terms of land area, it's 3 times the size of Winterfell, and the smallest tower is 50% again higher than the tallest tower in Winterfell. The stables can have 1,000 horses, etc. So this is huge, but it's a castle. A Shire is a city and a huge city. So a Shire, as a city, can take King's Landing plus Old Town plus Carth plus Volantis all within its city walls. So that's how big it is. Um, the that is massively larger than the castle of Harrenhal. So, I mean, this is one of those things that perhaps comes slightly easier to the European mind, where we have castles all over the place. But there's a sort of a conceptual difference, in my mind at least, between a fortified town and a castle, in as much as the fortified town has got often a wall around the outside, and it may have battlements, and it may have a castle within it. But a standalone castle is just the castle, and so it will have the keep, it will have the outer wall, but it's not a city. The purpose is not the city. The purpose is the castle itself. The purpose is to have a home for a person, so or a family, which is defendable. So that's the difference. A city is for lots of people to be in and may have a castle in, but a castle is fundamentally for a family. So this is why a family is there. And we run through the houses that ruled over Harrenhal. Casterly Rock is there for House Lannister. Winterfell is there for House Stark. It's not just the Starks who live there. You get all of the wider entourage of the Starks. And then outside, just taking Winterfell as the example, outside you get Winter Town, which is the town which has grown up and is mostly used during winter outside of Winterfell. And outside Harrenhal, you get Harrington, which is similar. It's the town which is attached to the castle. So that's the kind of the difference. So we're talking about it's not a city, it's a massive castle. Um, Buckeye Greg Buckeye Greg 25 saying, "Dear Robert, good wishes from California to you and Dan the dog." Well, straight back to you. I know you've answered before regarding Ned's satisfaction with John's safety at the wall. Are there any thoughts you have to what Ned thought John's future may hold, or have held prior to that? Was it an unkept promise to Lyanna? Did he ever envision any other life for John? What do you think was Ned's long-term plan before Robert or Chance or John Arryn's death pulled Ned south? And in a meta view, do you think George had or has what was a Ned's plan in place in his mind, or is this just a circumstance of him writing the story, that story events lined up as they did? Okay, so Ned did Ned have a plan? What did Ned promise? Well, we don't know exactly what he promised. Clearly, one thing he promised, and he promised more than one thing. I've done videos on this if you're interested, but he promised more than one thing. He definitely, obviously, promised that he would raise John and protect him from Robert Baratheon, which meant him not telling John his own identity, not telling the world his identity, and Ned decided the safest and best way to do that was to claim that this was his bastard son. That's the main plot point we all know. But there were other promises. Now, what might they be? I think a very likely other promise, because it kind of makes sense if you're thinking this is deathbed Lyanna, the mother, thinking, you have to protect my, promise me that you'll protect my child. Yes. What's the next thing? When it's safe, tell him who he is. Tell him who I am. Tell him who his father was. That, I think, is broken promise from Ned. It's possible he had to think about this. If you read that section where Maester Lewin comes, and we see this through Kat's perspective, so we don't actually see Ned, what's going on in Ned's mind. But Maester Lewin comes and says, so he's been talking. He thinks he wants to go there to the Night's Watch. You're having to head south. We get Kat's quite. Depending on your perspective, she's either very quick-witted or can be quite condescending when it comes to Ned, thinking that his brain works quite slowly. And it does sometimes, to be fair to her. But she just kind of pauses, and I can't remember the exact wording, but it's like, I'll just give him a second to figure this one out. So she's like there saying, yeah, it kind of makes sense for him to go to the wall, doesn't it? And Ned pauses and he thinks for a moment. He says, "Okay, I'm going to have to talk to Benjen about this." So the clear implication is he's sort of handing John over to Benjen. The reason why he needs to talk to Benjen, because this is quite a significant thing, because this, whether or not he promised anything around this, John would be swearing to give up any rights that he has to inherit anything. And John would not know what he was giving up. Benjen even sort of says that you don't know what you're giving up. So perhaps what the plan was, we don't know this. In on the TV show, it's not in the books. It's on the TV show. Then Ned's there, says, "Next time I see you, we'll talk about your mother." The implication being he was going to tell her once John had become a member of the Night's Watch. That's the point at which it might be safe for him. There's a sort of an echo in that in the books, in that Benjen says, "When I return, we'll talk." He doesn't say exactly what about, but it's like, once you've become a member of the Night's Watch, then we'll talk. So that's the implication, is that Ned, he thinks of promises broken, and one of those is something to do with letting John know who his parents are, because he passed that on to Benjen, and then Benjen has disappeared. He's just learned this. This is the news that Yoren, the Night's Watchman, has come down south with, that Benjen has disappeared. And so he's just learned this, and he realizes that means then how's John going to find out? That's a promise broken. So his original plan probably was to wait until, at some undetermined moment, because he has to have a think about this, which seems to imply he's not really thought about it before. At some undetermined moment, then he would tell John about his parentage. I like to think, and I don't know if this is true, but I like to think that one of the reasons why he put the statue of Lyanna there in the Winterfell crypts was so that when John is told of his parentage, he can go down there and actually look upon his mother's face. It's possible that's one of the things that she made Ned promise. We don't know. But I like to think that that's just one of those things. It's quite touching in its own way, isn't it? It's that Ned thinks, I want you to be able to see what your mother looked like, because she died just after you were born. And so I will have a statue made of her. So I think that's it. Was there a plan? I don't think Ned had a huge plan. As long as Robert Baratheon was in power, then it probably wasn't safe for John to be told who he was. When John was at the Wall, Ned will have been aware that Aemon Targaryen was at the Wall, and so perhaps he thought, okay, well, maybe that does make sense. Maybe if Robert Baratheon is going to stay in power now for a long time, maybe the safest place for John, and the safest place for him to understand who he is at the Wall. Let's go to Scott Morin. Hello, Robert. Was listening back to some old videos about the Isle of Faces potentially being the end goal of the others. Do you think Harrenhal might factor into the final battle with the others, or potentially just a rallying point for the army to make a last stand protected by the God's Eye? I think, Scott, if it's okay, I think I already answered this one earlier on in the stream. But, I think the headline is, I don't see Harrenhal as giving off the vibes as being the place where the final stand is made. However, there are potential echoes there of maybe Dragonfire going on there, and the God's Eye does seem to make sense as a destination for the others. So it will have a role. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeldinil saying, "Hi Robert, Harrenhal, High Heart, and the Isle of Faces are all located roughly in the same area. Another magical hinge point, like the wall, so to speak. If I look at the map of Westeros, this magical conglomerate is situated at yet another narrower part of the continent, just like the wall in the neck. Looking at it from a strategic point of view, what threat would be most likely to have been the reason to create a magical hinge point here?" Um, so I mean, the way I've tended to view it is I don't think this is the creation of a magical hinge point. I think this is the bit of south of the wall that has clung on to the worship of the old gods. And I see it as a sort of a crescent where we get old stones, which seems to be sort of clinging on to the old gods in its own way. We've got High Heart, we've got Raventree Hall, we've got the Isle of Faces. We've got these things in this kind of like crescent or line, which is sort of heading down into the Riverlands. I don't think this was a deliberate creation. I think that these are just the bits that survived of the worship of the old gods in the south. The Andals came across and destroyed a lot. They destroyed High Heart. They couldn't destroy the Isle of Faces because they got pushed away all the time. Somehow the Blackwoods managed to cut a deal, which meant that they could keep their weirwood tree. Old Stones was probably just a bit obscure. So that's the kind of feel I've got going on there. It's as a sort of a narrow point. I mean, my argument is it goes out into the widest point, which is around the of the south bit anyway, which is going down into the God's Eye Lake. Anna E, I've got two more questions here from my patrons, so now's the time to drop any more questions you've got into the chat. Anna E saying, "Hello, Robert. I have a question only tangentially related to Harrenhal, but I was watching the Varys live stream. This was a few weeks ago, and was asking myself if he's perhaps motivated by guilt. I'm sorry, I've not actually read the books. I don't feel robust enough for Grimdark. Understandable. So maybe the answer is obvious in the text. From what I understand, Varys is the reason the Mad King travelled to Harrenhal, because Varys knew or suspected that Rhaegar was up to something. If Varys acted out of concern for his continued employment, not because he believed Aerys was the more competent ruler, then Varys could feel responsible for all the deaths and turmoil in the aftermath of his selfish decision to warn the Mad King. What do you think? Does Varys feel some guilt for what he did?" Well, you're definitely right that it was Varys, seemingly, who persuaded the Mad King Aerys to go to Harrenhal. And that disrupted Rhaegar's plans, whatever Rhaegar's plans were, but the Rhaegar's plans seem to have been something along the lines of make himself look like this amazing guy winning the tourney and things like that. Gather together the Lords of the Realm and sort of try and talk to them about launching a soft coup in some way. That seems to have been his plan, and Varys does therefore seem to have stopped this. Does Varys feel guilty for this? I personally, I suspect no. There is no. You said you're not read the books, which is absolutely fine. I don't see any hint in Varys that he's riddled with guilt about that decision at all. He seems to have been employed by the Mad King and tried to do his job. After that, his motivations at some point after that, his motivations seem to be putting his candidate onto the Iron Throne. It seems almost as if he thought, well, I'm going to try and help the king that employed me. Then I'm going to try and help the king who replaced him. And then, for a short while at least, helping the king who replaced him, who was Joffrey. And during that journey, he realised these aren't good kings. What we need is someone who's actually wanting to prioritise the small folk, which sounds very loving and magnanimous. I don't think that was all of his motivations. I did a whole series. In fact, there's a Varys compilation I put out last week of my 8, 9 Varys related videos. If you want to check that out, um, he wants his candidate, which is the candidate that is being pushed by Illyrio, his old friend, on the Iron Throne. So, is he motivated by guilt? I think not. He is motivated partially by positive reasons, wanting actually a good king, because he's seen what the bad kings can do, but also partially by loyalty and wanting his candidate there. Caius Ballerina says this is Danelle Voston, fights alongside Bloodraven in the Second Blackfire Rebellion and was a known magic user. I think she's one of the Great Bastards by Felice, and that the black arts she picks up later in life was trying to help Bloodraven hatch dragons. I mean, I like that theorizing. So this is quite a magical time in the history of Seven Kingdoms. I've sort of said this a few times. So there are times when the Targaryens have got dragons and they have dragon dreams going on. But here in these couple of generations, we know that all 4 of the children of Maekar all had dragon dreams. We know of Bloodraven as a magic user. We know of Shira Seastar as a magic user. We know who else we got? Other Targaryens there who are deeply involved in magical research and the like. So this is quite the magical time. Now, I personally think it is incredibly likely that Danelle Loston, who is based in the Riverlands, Bloodraven comes from the Riverlands. They're both magic users. She does seem to be supporting him, certainly in the Second Blackfire Rebellion. It seems incredibly likely to me that they knew each other and worked alongside each other in some kind of way. Now, the idea that she's one of the Great Bastards, quite possibly. The Black Arts was trying to help Bloodraven hatch dragons. Again, possibly. Bloodraven, we don't see him trying to hatch dragons. That doesn't seem to be his main focus. His main focus seems to be in sorting out is probably the wrong language, but trying to get the right in his idea bloodline for the Targaryens sorted, which in practice means killing a whole load of his own family. Lots of the Blackfires, lots of mysterious deaths from other Targaryens. That seems to be what his main focus was on. Egg, when he became king, started getting really focused in on hatching dragon eggs, but by that point, Bloodraven had gone to the wall. So, yeah, I can certainly buy into this, and I'm not saying that Bloodraven wasn't trying to hatch dragon eggs. He certainly was collecting dragon eggs, but we haven't yet seen it. Maybe we will in future Duncan Egg stories. Tom Ralph saying, do an entire video on Carl the Maid, please. I will add it to the list. Thank you very much. And final question from one of my patrons. Adam Geets saying, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I think you missed this question a couple of weeks ago. What do you think of the theory that the kitchen well at the Nightfalls is actually a weirwood tree, and the wall started by building around a line of weirwood trees? I can't remember if I answered that. I think I did, but either you missed it or I forgot it. Either way, is the well at the Nightfort a weirwood tree? I don't think so. In as much as it doesn't give off the weirwood tree vibes, there certainly is obviously the when you go down that well and you get the black gate itself, that is made from weirwood. But the well itself doesn't seem to give off those. I mean, I haven't double checked, but I don't think it's the same. It doesn't give the same white calcified wood into stone vibe. Um, and it seems very regular. So even if it were, then it's been carved into a well, which just makes it a stone well. As for the idea that um, the wall was built along a line of weirwoods, I mean, I like the idea. The fact is, we've not seen many of the forts along the wall firsthand. So we've seen the Night Fort and we've seen Castle Black. So it's quite hard to say. What we do know is that Castle Black doesn't have a weirwood tree there. You have to move north. You have to go north from the wall in order to find a weirwood tree, which, given the fact that the north stayed clear from the Andal invasion, there's nobody there chopping down their weirwood trees, seems to imply that although Castle Black was a little bit later, that there never was a weirwood tree there. So, I mean, I like the idea, but I can't quite see the evidence to back it up. I think the idea that the weirwoods are hugely involved in the Night Fort does kind of make sense, but we've not heard of weirwood trees specifically being at all of these other forts. Okay, let's have a quick check through the chat. Andrew K saying Melisandre and others. George and Martin wanting to question if the end's just the means. Absolutely. April may or may not saying Winterfell is an ancient petrified weirwood. Now that is something I buy into quite a lot more. I wouldn't say completely. Winterfell was built at lots of different times. Winterfell is described as almost like a living being. The hot water pumps around like veins, like blood-round veins. It's in the inner curtain wall, I think it is, Bran can actually go all the way around through these tunnels, which are too small for humans to go through, and tunnels humans, adults to go through, but he can scamper his way around there. And they seem very much like maybe these are weirwood roots or something like that. So Winterfell, and you get the weirwood tree in the center, which is where the original Winterfell was, and you get all those roots. And where are those roots? The idea seems to be, given the fact that the crypts are right next door, where do the roots go? Are they surrounding the crypts? That's something I like to think of. So yeah, this idea that Winterfell, it's not just made out of a weirwood tree, but this idea that the weirwood tree kind of envelops Winterfell and is a part of it, as well as being the original Winterfell, that really does work for me. Okay, so let's, I think with that, let's start to try and draw this one to a close. I think, what do I need to advertise again? I don't. What I need to do is thank my patrons. Thank you, patrons. I hugely appreciate you and your support. I can't do what I do without your support, so thank you so much. Also, moderators, thank you again. If you are there in the chat, please show them a little bit of love. Give them a few hearts in the chat, something like that. If you are watching this back a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. Next week, I think I'm going to do a pre-recorded one, and I did come up with an idea for what it's going to be. Patrons, I will let you know in the next couple of days, so you can send through some questions. I will do a pre-recorded live stream, which will happen at this time next week, so you can just tune in and it'll be exactly the same as normal. I will do it as a premiere, so the chat will be here as well. But that is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again next week.